on YouTube as well, right? Should I pin the message? Lexispell releases on May 29. Lexi. Okay. Guys, it's finally It's finally the end, which means I will be free. Be free from Lexispell. And I can't fucking wait. But I won't be free because we have Obel just announced and we need to work on it. And it's going to be a lot of work. And it's not done. And we are participating in Next Fest. It's not going well. The announcement didn't go well at all. We are just shy of 100 wish lists, I think. But I don't know. I think it's worth pushing it. Make a small release. Learn from the mistakes. Oh crap! Sad to hear. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's always there's also something interesting. As a dev, when you're working on multiple things, I feel like people can feel it in a way. It doesn't make sense because realistically, people cannot feel anything. But I have the impression that the momentum kind of gets lost. Not the momentum, but the excitement maybe kind of gets lost. Because there's just too much stuff happening. Like I'm announcing a new game 3 days after, a week after announcing, I'm announcing the release date 3 days after announcing a new game. Like it's kind of weird. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it has an impact, but I don't know. Got my first publisher contacting me. I'm no more a newbie. Haha. Oh, this reminds me. I tried to add someone on. I tried to add a publisher on. I tried to add a publisher on Discord, but it didn't work. So I need to ask them for their stuff again. The timings are not that well aligned. Yeah, the timings are not that well aligned. We don't have enough time, which means that we don't even have time to push it on itch correctly first, make sure that it reaches people, adapt and stuff. It's just, the timing is shit, but at the same time, if we don't do it now, we're just never going to do it. Because I can't afford to move like the potential incremental game to next February. I can't afford that. So if I'm releasing an incremental game, I think it has to be in October. I mean, I'm talking about what? I'm talking about the other thing. Seems to be a micro publisher that is great. Asked for a few days and they have really good experience with them. 2 left thumbs. Wow. That's fucking awesome, Seto. I know them. Not personally, but I know their names and I've seen a lot of cool stuff from them. So pretty cool. That's a nice catch. Yeah, they do weird stuff. Right? They tend to do weird, interesting games, I feel like. We can take a look at their Steam page. But for my first game, I want to do it by myself, I think. Okay, interesting. I got... someone reached out to me. I'm not gonna say who right now, but someone reached out to me to publish a Lexispell on the Switch. And I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence right now. Because I don't know if I can afford to lose money. I think I need to talk about that with Doot, because Doot recently announced that he was pushing the game on console. Actually, the game is on console already. It's already released. I don't remember. And so he worked with Seven Studio. I don't know exactly how it worked out, but he's losing a bunch of money on that, that's for sure. But also, I think the way he sees it is, it's bonus money, right? It's bonus money for him. The game did well already. He has the money. He would not do it himself. He would not publish it on consoles himself. So a company is doing it for him. So yes, in the end, he's going to lose like, I don't know, 30%. But it's fine because that's bonus money. Their catalog is cool though. A lot of small weird games with okay-ish to great review count. End of the month, I think. Don't remember well. Okay. Yeah, May 28th, actually. May 28th. So one day before Lexispell. Because Lexispell is releasing on May 29th. Okay, give me a sec. I just need to... Let me try again. Let me try again to add them on Discord, because apparently it doesn't work. You can add 9 more friends. Okay, it doesn't work at all. Okay, I'm moving that away. I'm not showing you this, and we can go over here. So, as you can see, yeah, they're coming to Switch on May 28th. It's interesting. It's interesting. I need to discuss that with him. What's his view on that? Because just to show you. Just to tell you what I'm thinking, maybe that can be interesting for you, Seto, as well. This publisher is not a huge publisher. I know them, the publisher that reached out. I know them, and I know, like, I understand now the service that they're providing and how much money they would take, or what the percentage would be. The problem with this solution is I don't have to do anything, okay? I don't have to do anything, I don't have to pay anything, and I'm going to receive a certain amount of money. So you could see it as, it's kind of bonus because, yes, it's a smaller amount than what I would have if I were doing it on my own, but it means I can focus on other things. The thing is, apart from the actual publishing, like the actual doing the build and publishing the initial lot check and stuff, I don't know if they would do that much. You see what I mean? So the problem that I see is we have a game that will not be updated that much. I think Lexispell will reach stability quite fast. I'm thinking about adding like a few things, but then that's it. And so they're going to take a certain amount of money for eternity just because they did the initial work. And I don't believe that they're powerful enough that they can really move the needle in terms of visibility. So it's really seeing it as, I will pay a percentage of the game's revenue forever to not think about it, and that is not even true. I will have to think about it. Because for the porting, they will have to do certain stuff. They will need to ask me, which means we need to do some paperwork. We need to do work about how they're paying me. we need to keep in contact, and I hate that. I hate like replying to emails and whatnot. It's I don't know what I want on console. Yes, specifically on the Nintendo Switch, I think, which honestly is where I wanted to put the game, because the Nintendo Switch is where the game would do best. It's a bit of work, but it can be free money if you don't plan to port it. I was planning on porting it, honestly. I was planning on porting it because I think it's a great fit for the Nintendo Switch, and it's also a relatively easy game to port, in my opinion. Unless I don't know, actually. I would need to... I could do an initial test, but I believe it's going to be relatively easy. Maybe wait in the Steam release to see if the work is valuable or not. True. And to be honest, I think that's what they're going to do also. My trailer is actually the wrong trailer in here. There's a slight mistake in this one. But anyway. So, yeah. Just to... You show the trailer, whatever. The trailer is mostly the same. And we have... May 29! Let's go! It's pretty cool. And also, I'm waiting for the... it's something I should have done way earlier. Honestly, I kind of regret not doing it. Do you want my full vision on why I didn't do a... Do you want my full vision on why I didn't do a Steam capsule made by an artist earlier? I can talk about that briefly if you want. It's kind of stupid, I think. You don't have to rush it. It's not like a Chinese publisher where you want to sync the Steam release or so. Yeah, that's fair enough. We can start discussing. I think I also have the power to maybe negotiate with them, because one, I know how to publish on the Switch. I have the dev kits, and I can consider that I have done it because I didn't finish it with Dashpong, but I was like so much closer. Or maybe I could do a deal with them where I ask them to port both of them for a lesser amount or something. You know what I do? Like we find an agreement. We could discuss that actually. That might work. But yeah, I think you should port to Switch even if you somehow fall flat on your face on the Steam release. Yes, that's fair enough, I think. It's just that if I fail on the Steam release, it's going to be more difficult to justify putting time, like my own time, on the Switch release, because then I would need to work on something else, and it would probably be better for me to spend time on like an incremental or whatever. If the release is good, you'll have the number to say you don't need the marketing. Plus, on the other side, if the release is underwhelming, you'll have the reverse argument. True. So I kind of regret not paying for an artist earlier. I think there was multiple things happening. One, I was a bit cheap, and I wanted to wait. Initially, I think I wanted to wait to make sure that it was worth it to spend the money on the capsule art. Considering the fact that it's my job, it's really stupid, because even if we're talking about not making a lot of money, I still think it's better to not make a lot of money and have like a capsule art that can potentially attract more people. So I think it has been stupid on that regard. The other thing was I wanted to do it myself because I wanted to learn more. Lexispell was a good opportunity to draw a bit more, and I really thought I could do something better. So you didn't see, but I have this capsule art that I have right now, which is kind of basic, but I was working on an updated version that was much more dynamic and stuff. And this is when I realized I could potentially do something better, but it would require a lot of time and effort, a lot of trying, where I could just pay someone and have something much higher quality. So when I finally decided to do it, and I saw the first sketches, I was like, yeah, of course, this is going to be so much better. I'm fucking stupid. So I don't know how big the impact has been, to be honest. But I think it's better late than never. That's what I would say. I think it's better late than never. And considering the fact that after I'm done with Lexispell, I want to take like a few minutes to print the Steam capsules and put them in the background of my games. I want to do that to have like a more physical representation of my games. Maybe even put them on like CD covers and stuff. It's kind of cool to have a really good capsule art instead of just what I created. So I was a bit cheap, basically. I was a bit cheap, and I think there was also part of a bit of self-sabotage in a way, right? It's like I don't trust myself enough, so I'm making it on my own, and I don't trust the game to do well enough to justify the amount of money spent on the capsule artist and stuff. This is a bit bullshit. I'm on the same boat. I'll try to make capsule art before the start of the game in my morning routine to see if I have correct one by myself. But if I can't, I'll spend 300 to 500 on artists for sure. Yeah. Just to give you an idea, I'm closer to the lower end with the artist that I'm working on. So if you like the result, of my capsule art, just let me know. I can give you their contact. But I'm closer to the lower end. But it takes time. It takes way longer. With this artist, it takes way longer than the one I did with Dashpong. Dashpong, I think it was done in like a few days. This was nuts. I don't remember how and why it was so fast, but it was really, really fast. So this one takes much longer, partly because I think they have a lot of work. But also we do a lot of back and forth. They show me the line work. They show me every time the different things. There's a lot of back and forth. Nuts Figma. Good job, Harry, because I was like, why are you talking about Figma? And then I computed the thing. I'll let you know the advantage is I have time. Are you participating in Next Fest? What is your schedule, Seto, for the game? Okay, so Two Left Thumbs. This is the publisher that has reached you. It's interesting that a publisher wants to publish an incremental game. I'm really surprised, honestly. But maybe I'm biased. I'm biased because I'm like, if you're making an incremental, you don't need that much marketing. You don't need that much traditional marketing, but that might be slightly untrue. They do some weird things, right? They could potentially be interested in a horror game, you think? Maybe I just need to reach out to them at some point. Because we don't want a publisher, but we need someone to help us get paid. They published Dice in a Million recently. They published Die for the Leech. Die for the Leech is pretty cool. This one has a very cool aesthetic. Ah, the hover is fucking shit. Yeah, they publish a bunch of weird things. Kind of like almost experimental sometimes. That's pretty cool. And Rack and Slay, cool game. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I should reach out. Do you see what I see? I didn't send it. I didn't send it to them, by the way. Just so you know. I didn't do anything. I sent out Obo to them to get coverage. I didn't do it. I think they just possibly they saw the video that is doing really well at the moment. I think the video is doing really well. Can we see it? I think the video is doing really well. 80 level is a good one. It's a big thing. Yes, it's doing 21k views. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And the post on Reddit was like 2k votes, which is a lot for Reddit. Learn how to animate UI in Godot with the best practice shared by Mr. Freeman's game Lexispell. Let's see what they have to say. It's a pretty big stuff. Yeah, you see they have 260,000 followers on they're pretty big on Twitter. They're pretty big on Twitter, and they post stuff like they reshare cool games or technical stuff from the industry and whatnot. So it's always interesting. Sometimes they do really well, sometimes they do less well. It's always interesting. They share a lot of stuff by this, so it doesn't mean it's not the same as Indie Joe, right? It's not the same as Indie Joe, Indie Game Joe, or I don't know how it's called. This guy shares specifically indie games, so it does much better. But that's always good. I mean, it's always a little bit more exposure. I'll see how... let's go back. For the current one, I'm starting to send emails to YouTubers. Got a demo build on the go. And yes, going to SNF in June. I have a question to ask you about sending builds to YouTubers and stuff. Let me know what you think. I'll ask you in just a sec. I'll see how coverage go. If not, I'll wrap up the end game with the content I have. Only have to make the skills tree. If I get some wish lists, I'll polish things up and try to do a better version, taking 2 to 3 months more, maybe. Okay. Fair enough. It's a lot more than 4. So what are they saying? In the new video, Mr. Elliptic covers his best tips from Lexispell. UI is often confusing. For many developers, this is exactly my stuff. Lexispell is a roguelike from Mr. Elliptic that has you spell out words for points with Bellatrix-style mechanics, featuring a pretty rich interface. And if you're a fellow Godot developer, the creator has now released a video explaining how it was built. Shared his best tips, including how it reuse animations and animates buttons, containers, and more. And are you just getting started with Twins in Godot? Christoph has a guide for Godot 4.5. Wishlist Lexispell here and check out more tutorials from Mr. Elliptic. My god, the article is everything and nothing at the same time. Amber Rutherford. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm gonna put it... what I recommend, unless you have a game that is incredibly popular and you receive a fuck ton of stuff from everyone all the time, what I recommend is having a small list somewhere of content made about your game, for a few reasons, of course, but the biggest is you know who covered your content and potentially why, so you can send them stuff when the game is out or whatever. You can reference that, and I think that can help, right? You can say, hey, you covered this in here, thank you so much, here's a key for the full game, blah, blah, blah. It costs you basically nothing, I would say. It takes like 2 minutes, and I think it's worth it. That's cool. That's cool. Very cool. I already have one. Yeah, hello, Hexacontal. Sometimes a person wants a fuck ton of stuff, sometimes a person wants to fuck a ton of stuff. And I think both can be done, actually. You can do both. I would not judge you for doing both. So my question is the following. Lexispell is kind of done. Realistically, it's not done. Why can't I launch it like this? Realistically, it's not done. It's missing mostly content, okay? So the question is, if I send out keys to creators, do I send them override keys so that they can play the game early, but it's missing a bunch of content? Or do I send them a normal key and I tell them when the release date is, and then I send a follow-up email on the release date? Because realistically, we have a few days left. I don't think it's going to be that useful for them to be able to play in advance. And also, I'm not ready. The diffusion list with 400 to 500 emails of YouTuber Switch, and I'll track the ones covering or so. Okay. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Okay, let's sit down. We need to produce content. Today we are not game devs, we are content creators. You see the thing? I sent my stuff earlier today. I sent my stuff earlier today to IGN and the stuff like that. I need to do a post announcing the release date. Do I publish it later today? I think I'll do a post at least on Godot. You'll do it with me, I guess. I'd say pre-built version, because from what I see, if you get a YouTube video on day one or just before, it's huge, like popular upcoming and or new and trending thing. Okay, interesting. Interesting. The thing is, I feel like realistically, it won't happen because they don't have enough time. Like realistically, I can't send out the build like right now. There's stuff that are not correct. So let's say earlier I can do is this weekend. So then let's say they don't see the emails in the weekend. They see it on Monday. They start saying, okay, I might do it. But then they need to find time, record, upload. It might not even be worth it. And they might have a worse experience because the build is like kind of rushed and stuff. I don't know. Releases on May 29. On May 29 or May 29th? It's fucking frustrating the things in English. I'm also going to publish on indie devs, right? I'm publishing on indie devs, and then I'm also publishing on indie games and on indie gaming, but a little bit later. I can see my friends what I have been in the stream and see how I write this post of Reddit. Yes. Yes, you can. For incrementals, for example, Idle Cub used to send videos 2 days after mail if the game is good. So for me, it can be worth a try. Yeah. Yeah. I see. I see what you mean. Look. I see what you mean. Okay, I'll probably do it, and I'll try to do it at least. I'll try to do it. Is it upcoming? Should we tone down the music a little bit? Or maybe not, and we just put drum and bass. Yeah. Can you give me a mark from site which I make? Huh? You mean you want feedback? Not today, honestly. Thanks, bye. Okay, bye. I'm super excited and I can't wait to get players to try all the things I fixed, modified and added. Lexispell is a word game roguelike with a physics twist. The letters fall down the cauldron and merge when similar. You buy scrolls to twist the rules and score more, but also runes, enchantments, potions and wands. To help... to help you get the letters you want. I wanted to make it cool and it felt fun alternative. I think I managed to be pretty cool. Thanks for your support in the Godot sub. I posted many times and always got lots of positive feedback from you guys. Lexispell is my third game, and it's quite different from what I did previously. it has been super cool to explore new genre and art style, and I hope to be able to continue doing what I love for a long time. That's it. If you guys want to upvote that, don't hesitate. That helps a ton. I think I'll do my announcement on socials a bit later. Sure, share it. Hey, Rothio, hello. Thank you. That helps a ton. I'll prepare it on Buffer, I guess. I'm not sure I'll publish it with Buffer, to be honest. Maybe I can, actually. Maybe it doesn't matter. Upvoted. Thank you. Don't hesitate to comment. It also helps. If it's not much trouble, could you tell us more detail how you see it? I mean, no. No, I don't have time for that. I voted with my 2 accounts, gotta run to a meeting. Thank you so much. Have fun with your meeting. So apparently being an indie dev still means you have meetings. That's bad. That's bad. I thought life was better. Publisher's life. Yeah, it's true. A good reason to not have a publisher then. Or to not be a publisher. Both, I guess. Indeed. That's the only reason. I don't know what I could show them. I know exactly what I recommended in here. I don't know exactly what I recommended, but I don't know where I could find that. I put futuristic and I got that. Alien Rage. I don't remember, did you do the NSF in February? I did the NSF in February. Otherwise, I could not. You can't do the Steam Next Fest after you release. I did it in February, and I got not that many wish lists, to be honest. It was okay. It was okay. Oh my god, I already received the message. The spam is starting. Where will I find that? I'm trying to find my message. I want to make a fake post as if it was made by like Indie Game Joe and stuff like that. You know those posts where it's written, "This indie dev made a game where blah blah blah." I want to make one with my own stuff. Maybe tomorrow. This indie dev, me, made a game where we never know. Possibly it's going to flop like hell, but it might trigger something. I need to reach out. I need to reach out to for bundles. I forgot. I forgot. There was a whole drama debate on the incremental Discord about bundles, by the way. Oh, that's why Corey made a video about it. I watched a video from Corey. It was a cut down version from his stream, I think, about the possibility of losing money and whatnot. Yeah, I think I saw that. I'm wondering if I'm putting the price in here. Maybe I'm putting the price not now, but on release. Okay, I think I'll publish that later. Let's send Lexispell in here. Let's send Lexispell to Clemmy. It starts with HTTP. Steam preferred. It's really weird. Do you think they have word game? Probably not. So I'll put it in roguelike. I don't want to put it in puzzles, you know. But it's not a genre. Roguelike is not a genre. Roguelike is a game loop. Roguelike is a game loop. Yeah, there was a clash of ideas, morality between some folks. Okay.
und die Wiener Symphoniker. Und wir sind hier bei Red Bull Symphonic Johann Strauss 2025 Edition. Und das ist erst der Anfang.
2,600, I think.
Ihr habt's auf den Tickets stehen. Es ist
I don't know, 4,000.
aufzustehen, ja? So, weiter geht's mit der Show.
Lexispell is a small roguelike word game with a physics twist. I'm trying to make a cool. I tried to make a cool and fun word game by making it appear less serious. That's it. Twitter. I don't have to send anything more. Oops. Release date 2026. No, it's month. What? November. Okay, May 29, 2026. Is that it? Yeah. Submitting. Thank you. Okay, so I'll do buffer editing, save draft. I'll do buffer later. Okay, that can be put on the side. I need to put on Cozy Gamers. What day are we? Oh, I missed it. It was yesterday. So I need next. I think it's on r/Cozy Games, right? Or Cozy Gamers. You can only post on Wednesday. But I can post next Wednesday, it's fine. Or it's Cozy Gamers? I don't remember. I think it's Cozy Gamers. It's only on Wednesday. On Wednesdays, okay. So Cozy Gamers at remind me next Wednesday. It's May 27. This is really cool on Notion that you can do that. You can do at and put a date, but you can do at remind me next whatever. And it's going to send you a notification. It's freaking useful. I'm not sure if Corey has left the Discord or not after that. To this point, wow, okay. So it was really... Okay. I didn't think it was that... I didn't think it was that crazy. Oh, but that's what he said. Like, people were calling him stuff because like he only cares about money and whatnot, right? It was stuff like that, if I remember correctly. He talked about it in the video, I think. Okay, I'm preparing something and then I'm going to do some more work.
Ticking clocks count the hours down and never stops. I see me falling down from grace. I fear to be stead as
I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place. You know what I should do? I should do that. At least you have something to watch. Where do I see my drafts? I have 10 in drafts. Okay, I'm sending a message to, why is my game like that? Why is my game, like, not in windowed mode anymore? What the fuck? Anyway. We're going to embed the game on next play. Okay, I'll send an email. Okay, let me put that in here. I'll send an email. That way, I'm using the motivation. I have some motivation right now. And that way I don't send all emails at once, because it takes time and effort, and it's kind of frustrating. Okay. Okay, cool. That is sent. That is done. The indie buffet. I think the main issue with sending stuff like that on Twitter is that most of them probably don't really receive anything, because they must receive a lot of this DMs, and they DMs on Twitter are kind of shit. Okay, so I have something to do on the consumables, and then we'll finish what I started the other day because I didn't have time to finish. That's it. The argument against was that new Steam bundle management, making the cheapest thing on top and warning you that you lose money on shop, makes it that the one releasing that visibility is just losing money because one player's owning the game bundled, while the other bundle gets some free visibility for nothing, but it is like a few copies sold against general 10% loss on the other side. On the other side, there's legitimate argument. Being bundled with the big ones in the genre makes the game stand out and validated too. Okay, I mean, I understand why it's like that, maybe in incrementals, because the bundling started to get really crazy. Usually people with normal games, they bundle with like from 0 to, I don't know, 6 games maybe. Usually because they like the devs, or they're in the same genre, or sometimes clearly because they can bundle with a bigger game and so they think that it's going to give them more visibility. In the incremental space, it's kind of crazy, but is it that big of a deal? I don't know. Is it... Do I play a sound effects in here? Yes. And I think it's a little bit high when I play it. I might go -7, and also I'm using stream button hover, but I'm not using it anywhere else. So that is okay. We are doing the rune pass for the full game. So I worked on a few of them. I have finished all the assets this morning, I think. After that, we are going to do enchantments, I think. Also, I redid the refresh icon myself, and I redid the snowflake. So we'll finish the implementation of these ones, and then we'll do the enchantments, I think. Yo, are you using Winboat? I'm on Windows right now. Winboat runs incredibly bad last time I tried. And I also tried to run Affinity Designer through Wine, through a script that installs Wine and stuff, and it was still shit. It was unusable. I really wanted to try, but it's still in beta. Winboat? And what's the problem then? You can try it. It's basically a VM. So you have the main problem that you have with VMs. You don't have GPU pass through unless you have a second GPU that potentially you can pass through, and even so, I think it doesn't work right now. Even if you have a second GPU dedicated, it doesn't even work. You can't do it. So any time you're going to use a software that requires GPU acceleration, like video editing or Photoshop or whatever, it's unusable. In my opinion, it's unusable. You can see how I can do that on my thing, and it mostly works and it's fast. Just opening that file, which is not even that big on Linux through Wine, was awful. So yeah. Okay, let's do the first drop request. let's do the first drop request, because I was doing first drop requests yesterday, so I probably have the logic to do that. It's under Rune. %10 loss can hurt, especially while it may gain the other only a few dollars. The real argument is games with like 100%, 100 plus bundles of all the newest releases. Yeah. I think if I were to bundle with incrementals, I would do bundles with like the games that are similar, the devs that I know, like that I want to bundle with, and potentially like one big bundle. I think there's a bunch of like huge bundles where you have a lot of incrementals in it that could be interesting. But yeah, what they're doing, Black Hole, with like 60 plus bundles, that might be a tad too much. But at the same time, I don't know. I think people overthink stuff a little bit. So first drop request, increase the value of one random gem letter. Defaults to normal letter. So I don't know how we are going to do that. On user drop requests. Let me do that. Okay. Oh, I should do the announcement on Discord too. First, sorry guys, I'm all over the fucking place. I'm all over the fucking place. Should I do the announcement directly in Lexispell? That makes more sense, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Applaus.
Hey, I'm announcing the release date. Let's go release. Let's go. How are you doing? Bundling with closed release dates seems to work really well though. And mega bundles too if you're not the last one. Why do you say if you're not the last one? I've just created a release branch for my work. We must be connected, dude. Let's go. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Oh, I got gifted a game. I got gifted a game from Smacks, and I don't know if you've ever seen this game, Flat Heroes. Really cool game, honestly. It's actually on sale right now, but the lowest recorded price is $2. €2. It's a really simple game. but I love the concept. You're a dude jumping around, and the whole premise of the game is that you have to survive in the level for a certain amount of time or before things disappear to finish the level. It's really simple. Simple presentation, but really well made. Clever ideas. It's always renewing. And it's really cool. It's really cool. It's the type of game, you know, you put it on your Steam Deck, you play it 5 minutes here and there, you complete a few levels. It's really, really cool. And I don't know when this was made. This was released a long time ago, right? This was released a long time ago. I don't know if it would do well nowadays. The simple presentation and everything, I don't know if it's still something that people would enjoy. But honestly, I enjoyed it. Hey! It's a €1.50 bundle, Fanatical if anyone is interested. Classic arcade style, fun without story or rating involved. Interesting. Interesting. So I started playing it yesterday, actually. And really cool. Really, really cool. It's clever. It's well designed. It feels nice. I was really surprised. So thanks again. Can I find the link? Classic arcade, maybe, if I type that. I can't find it. How many bundles do they have? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, the bundle. A lot. They have a fuck ton of bundles all the time. I don't know how it works. Like they buy keys at a lower price. It's the Solstice one. Okay, but I'm browsing. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. And you choose what you put inside. Is that the case? What's this? This is so weird. Okay, cool. Correct, you can pick based on number of games. Okay. I wonder how it works. I wonder how you get paid and stuff for that. Because the visibility of the bundles, not only mega bundles, is coming mainly by the Steam algorithm. When you launch, when you are not the last, you get the visibility of all the ones that are not released yet. It can be triggered later. Okay, yeah. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You benefit a lot from being early in a bundle and then getting extra visibility each time something is going to release, and it's going to bring visibility to your bundle and also giving you money. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, makes sense. I'm wondering, utils get I don't have a get random letter in the jar. I need that. I need by type, I think. Right? Get best match, whatever. I think I can do a get random letters by type. I pass the amount that I want, and I pass the type, which is letter type. Yeah, it's letter type, but only if people don't have both games and if you are on top. And if you already get your game, the new game will show in the first place at a free discount. Eh, I see. So basically it's the same thing as this. Sorry, it's returning an array. It's returning an array of letters. Always returning an array. If L type is different than type, you continue. It could be the first thing, by the way. Right? Could be the first thing. It could be entering the jar. It doesn't matter. That's the problem with having global functions like that give me stuff, is that I don't always want the same thing, and I don't want my function to have a gazillion parameters. So I don't really know how to deal with that. That was all the points in incremental Discord Gamma Clash. All the games bundling with the big ones will have a direct loss without any real plus. Okay. Oh yeah. But the bonus you have is the visibility, by the way, no? Oh, not in case you're about to buy the game. Yeah, okay. But I remember the argument from Corey was, first of all, I think he said something like he wants the customer to have a good value. That was one thing. You take that into account in your pricing. That was the second thing. And also, this is only the case for the people that were already going to buy your game and already own the bigger game or the other game in the bundle, and so they get an additional 10%. But this doesn't take into account the people that are coming from the other game. Will it happen? I don't know. Will it happen? I don't know. So I think we can do that. The only issue I have is they might not be entered the jar, and I think we don't care in my situation. But I don't want to we'll do that. That way we can pass it if we need it. Top 3. With big fingers. There's no visibility on the big ones. They are on the long tail. Not that much visibility, especially if the bundle's not picking the top 3. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, fair enough. So you possibly have big visibility on the big ones if they release after you. If you are at the top of the bundles, or if something happens with them, right? Or they communicate about you or something. But otherwise, I see. You basically just, because there's a lot of overlap in incrementals, you can assume that most people will have the bigger ones already. So essentially, they will get your game at 10% less. They will get your game at 10% less. They will get a discount on your game by grabbing the bundle. and they were already going to grab your game, so it doesn't bring you anything. Fair enough. Fair enough. If the daily deal upgrades are so, yeah. Fair enough. Shouldn't think about the specific number so much. The ecosystem created is surely worth it. You're competing with 20,000 games releases a year. Yeah, that's also what Corey was talking about. Well, you know what? We can rewatch the video later if you want. There's a reason web rings existed. I think we can rewatch the video if you want. But the general idea was, it doesn't matter that much, and you don't have the data to prove that it's hurting you or that it's benefiting you. It's kind of cool. It makes you reach out to other people. It's probably a benefit, and you never know. Like, especially in the incremental space, I have multiple times browsed games through bundles. Actually, I started with a game because the Steam recommendation algorithm is honestly a bit shit. And one of the easiest way is to look at the bundles, right? Because it's like handpicked. So possibly it makes sense, unless it's completely random bundles, but usually it makes sense. So I was on that bigger game and I browsed through the bundles and I checked out a bunch of other incrementals. They had some data on the incremental Discord, seeing on one side 2K selling on the new release and only ×0 in the old one, for example. Okay. So we can get random letter by type.
Wir stehen ja hier nicht zum ersten Mal in diesem wunderbaren sondern es ist ja mittlerweile eigentlich das 4. Mal so gesehen, also die 4. Show, die 2. Serie.
Shut up.
Aber 2020
Bundle 1, yeah. First value gem. So if it's empty, we do it again. Is that a chance? No, it increases the value. I think it should not be like that. I think the amount should be the actual amount it increases. Don't you think? Which means losing 800 against 30 to 30 on the other side. On first drop request, 1 gem letter value is increased. We don't know how much is increased. Right. Maybe it should not be an action letter. Maybe it should just be here and it's the value. I don't really like the way I'm writing it. So action amount, yeah, I'm just going to hard code that we want one of them. I think it's fine. I just need to know how much. Don't we have an increased value in here? Oh no, I just take the value and I do that. Okay, I should totally have a... I should totally have letters and I'm going to int the entire thing.
My dear Marquise, a girl like me should surely know much better. Please try to see how I want you.
Let's see if it works.
Gentle with me.
Let's see if it works. Where did I put it? I put it at the wrong spot. That's why I didn't see. Why are they saying that my life is unstable? Oh, because I'm sending much higher... I didn't realize. I'm sending a much higher output. Can I lower it down while I'm live? Okay, so that was useless the other day what I did. I wanted to record at a higher bitrate. When I was recording, I recorded at the same bitrate because I changed the streaming bitrate. It's fucking stupid. Okay, this is the one we want. So we have a gem letter, so theoretically it should work. Okay, it doesn't work. What? I'm stupid. That is why. That is why. I feel like players of incremental games like being able to minimize the window and run them in the background doing other stuff. That's idlers. Yeah. He understood idlers. Because my question, by the way, if you have an idea about that, let me know, Seto. My question was, we don't see a lot of incrementals going to consoles, and I feel like they could do pretty well because they're cheap, they're easy to play, so they could target a vast audience, they're satisfying, and I feel like they could be a good fit, for example, on the Nintendo Switch. And I'm wondering why, especially because some of them made so much money they can really afford. And I'm wondering why they're not ported to the Switch, right? I have the impression that it would make a lot of sense. Let's see if it works. It does. But I forgot to make it activate. This is kind of stupid that I need to activate it manually. Honestly. Okay, we did this one. First drop. I changed the name in here. Consumable tray, lower SFX. Rune first value, increase value gem. Okay, each drop request then we have, so that should be slightly easy to do. Drop request, I call it each drop. Value all gem, value letter. Hey Victor, you're more experienced in this than me. So how a press kit works, what's the impact of having one for a game? The idea with a press kit is you want one spot where people could find all the information about your game, but also download any assets that they might need. So, few examples. You're the press, you're writing an article and you want to find the release date, you want to find maybe a few informations about the developer or an image or something, you go on the press kit. You're a YouTuber, you're making a video about it. Maybe you don't have access to a playtest yet, to a build yet, but there is gameplay on your press kit, so you can use that. You need the image, etc, etc. Basically, it's to let people find the right things about your game in one spot. Hey, Ginger! Have my lurkers, thank you. Hope you're doing good. Time to set up a bit of multiplayer. Hope you're doing good. I see, it's awesome, thank you. Yeah, so honestly, you should have one. What you can do is you can either run there are multiple things that you can use. There is presskit.gg, but I think you have to pay. There is do presskit, which is a static website. Do presskit, I think, is a static website. I think presskit.gg you pay for it, so I'm not sure. Otherwise, you make a Notion page and you publish it as a website. That's totally fine. So that's what I do. Yeah, Notion page is enough. Notion page is good enough, and on top of that, it's very easy to modify. It's very, very easy to modify, and it's instant. Whereas that kind of press kit stuff, you still have to host it somewhere, so that's kind of bullshit. I think someone made a press kit hoster on GitHub, or like there is something easy you can do, but yeah. Got Bootstrap main menu, lobby with Steam, connect to each other onto network, Bootstrap scene gameplay, move around 2 capsules, let's go. So done a lot in 12 days, awesome. Awesome. Have you seen a steep drop in sales? How's the game going? It's been what? It's been a month now? Maybe less? 3 weeks? I'm not sure. Have you seen a big change? Not particularly, still getting like 250, 300 sales a day. Wow, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. Do you want to port it to consoles? We were talking about consoles, but why so few incrementals are ported to consoles? Nope. Next game, yes. Okay, why? Why though? Look at it, Astro. Looking at it, Astro is coming for console mobile port. It makes so much sense. Astro Prospector is also like you can use gamepad. Sorry, you play with a gamepad, so it's such a good fit for consoles. Overpositive is great. Great job on it. It will happen in a long tail. People suggested me making a mobile port of my game. Yeah, mobile port would make sense. Console port would make sense, I feel like. It's just that publishing on consoles is a bit of a pain, especially if you don't know consoles. But I mean, the Switch, in my opinion, would be the perfect candidate for incremental games. The best way to make my game go to Nintendo Switch is through publisher. I don't know if I can buy the dev kit. I mean, if it's possible. You can try, Matthias. You can try. There's nothing stopping you. You go onto the Nintendo developer portal and you make a request. And you can make as many requests as you want. The only issue is that they don't tell you why they don't agree, that they don't accept you as a developer. That's the only issue, I would say. I can tell you what I did and how I got accepted, but I don't know why I got accepted, basically. I don't see all Hail the Orb being good with controllers, but Switch and mobile would be fine. I mean, you just have to put controller support. It's not that crazy. It could totally be okay with a controller. I can see it working. I hit overwhelmingly positive yesterday, and then we got a negative review. Too bad. So when I sent my application to Nintendo, I put a big emphasis on two things. One, that the game was already out and it worked well with multiple controllers. Gotta pick up the child. Good luck. Goodbye. That the game was out and it already worked really well with multiple controllers and stuff. So it was a good fit for the Nintendo Switch. I insisted on how the Switch would be a good fit for the game, like being able to play with multiple Joy-Cons or multiple gamepads, etc., etc. And then I insisted on my developer experience. So I said I was an embedded engineer, so I knew how to work with constraints. I knew how to work with low-powered device. Wink, wink, the Switch is a low-powered device. So I had a lot of experience with C++ and blah blah, and I had a lot of experience with the engine that I was using. And I got accepted first try. So I don't know why I got accepted, because if I can tell you another example, Thomas Stewart, which worked in studios and worked on games that were published to the Switch, so he had the experience with the Switch, was not accepted, I think, at least 2 times, and the third time was the charm, and like, it's fucking nuts. But you can try it, basically. Gambit's Escape has full controller support, so you can play both ways, mouse and keyboard and also controller, and works well in Steam Deck. I think what they like is when you use the features that they have. So for example, one thing that you can say is you can say it's well made for console experience, right? You can say I'm testing often on the Steam Deck, so it has a nice console-like experience. And I can use features from the Switch, especially the Switch 2, the mouse controller, for example. They like when you try to use the different features of their console. So you can try. The difficult thing with the Nintendo Switch is figuring out everything yourself. So the publisher, the advantage is if they can do the porting, they can do it for you. Honestly, it's a lot of work to understand how it works, to navigate everything. Remember the first time you opened Steam, the backend, and you were confused? Well, imagine that 10 times worse. They provide any documentation? They provide documentation, but in a very old-fashioned way. Like it's actual documentation, like it fucking documents, like PDFs and stuff like that, and it's awful. It's very verbose. There's a lot of stuff that is useless. There's no, it's not like on Steam when you go in the backend and they have a checklist and they show you need to do this, 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 and this, and when you click, it moves you to the right location. You don't have that. You don't have that on the Steam on the Nintendo backend. The Nintendo backend is fucking awful. It's not one website, it's 6 websites, I think, and you have to navigate between the websites depending on what you want to do. It's very Japanese in a way, right? It's a lot of information, hard to understand what you need to do, and good luck. But it's feasible. It's feasible. You just have to take time. No way, my first time with Steam publishing was not that good. I think you remembered. I was not able to publish the macOS version of my game, and you helped me with this. Yeah. SteamOS, the Steamworks is always... it's very confusing initially, but then you learn to appreciate it. And nowadays, I recognize that it's not that complex, especially when I compare it to the Nintendo Switch. The Switch is really an awful experience. It's just all over the place, and even like something stupid, but you need to do 2 separate game releases, or maybe more than 2 actually, depending on where you want to publish in the world. So you see, this is something stupid, this is something really stupid, but in Steam, when you publish, you publish in the entire world. On Nintendo, you publish America, Europe, Asia, and I think there's another one, like Asia is separated in 2, I think. It's fucking nuts, and you need to put different information and whatnot. It's just a pain. And it's one example. Your scripts also help me, but I still use the Steam GUI. I should automate my macOS environment. Yeah, definitely. Or maybe you should not do macOS. Navigation is tedious, but there is a lot of cool stuff inside Steamworks. Yeah. And honestly, something people don't realize is that, yes, it's kind of awful. It's kind of awful, Steamworks, but at the same time. What? Again? Okay, I'm not gonna show you because it logged me out. So that's one thing, for example, that is stupid with Steamworks. It logs me out very often. It's fucking annoying. But at least on the side, you have the links, and you have the checklist of things you need to do, right? This is pretty cool. Anyway, low chance of upgrading value of all the gem letters. What? It's called the code on my laptop, which is in the MacBook. On my desktop, I'm thinking about to install Nobara. Yeah, you code on your MacBook, but you don't need to publish on Mac, right? You can test on Mac, but you don't need to publish on Mac. Do you think it's really bringing anything? No, I meant to upload the game on Steam, sorry. Oh, okay. No probs. Okay. I'll take another look at your scripts and try to automate my build upload process, knowing using the GUI. Yeah. I don't think I have updated it, but I have updates on my end because it's a bit messy. I've made some updates personally, but I think it's best to adapt it to what you need, because you might need different things. But yeah, it's less mistakes also. It's less mistakes. I need to get all the random upgrades, right? I need to get all the letters. Do you think I can use my get random letters by type? Yes, because if I put a huge amount, it's just going to give me all of the letters available. I love when I code well in the past and it helps me in the future. The only issue I see in here, it's not updating the ones that are in 4 later, and I think that's fair enough. So let's do is empty. We are going to return. Otherwise, we're going to do for letter in letters. Ooh. Yeah, with that resource, you can start from anywhere, so it's good. Uh-huh. Beeboobap, beeboobap, beeboobap. Let's check each drop. I'm using an action generic. So I can do that. I can do letter. Thank you, the Voikel. Appreciate 100% chance. So I can still do that. Ooh. I can still do that. I need to each drop value letter. Action generic, we'll be able to use that, but we don't have the condition, right? We don't have the condition, so let's generalize. Let's randomize, sorry, not generalize. We want to fill in the condition. We want to fill in the condition. Okay.
Wow.
And then
Wien, vielen herzlichen Dank von unserer Seite.
right over there.
Das ist schneller vergangen, als wir geglaubt haben. Viele
Right over there. We want. Do we have utils? Get all matching letters. Yes. Get condition value. Globals lang en. And we can do the same thing. I think I don't want to update them. If letter in for later, I want to continue. Otherwise, I just activate it. Okay. Let's try both of those. Let's try both of those.
Did I fail you? Did I curse it all along for no tomorrow?
And then at some point we need to take a little bit, a very short time to play the latest game from Mike Klubnica, because that's called research. Each drop request plus 2 to T letters. Okay, the definition is awful, but let's see if that's the case. We do it. There is a T. Let's see if it works. It didn't work. It didn't work. Oh. Because there is no chance in this one. And this one it will work. Get condition value I want. My bad. My bad. So this one it's O. Are you ready? We have an O, we drop, and it should work. It does. And we also had this one that worked. That's fucking nuts. That's fucking nuts. Hello, Emodio, Audio, how should I call you? Hello, welcome, Raiders. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. I think it's the first time I see you. I'm M. Hello, M. I'm also M. No, I'm not. My name is Elliptic. Well, my name is not really elliptic, but you get the point. Welcome everyone. I'm working on a game. I'm working on Lexispell. I just announced the release date. It's releasing next week on the 29th. So if you are into word games, don't hesitate to check it out. What were you doing? Who are you? Tell me more. Tell me freaking more. Tell me more. Next week? Yeah, next week. Can you believe it? I'm working on a rhythm game in Godot. Let's go. Do you have a link? Do you have anything to share? So we were testing the content. We were testing this, right? In here we're not lucky. We don't get anything. Do we see it being activated? Am I fucking nuts? Do we see any activation? Yeah, Miss Famous. You are famous. Do you have any Steam keys for this game? Not yet. But don't worry, you can pay. And that will give you a Steam key. You enter your card number and that will give you a Steam key. What is your rhythm game? Is there anything I can see? Welcome everyone, by the way. If you don't know me, I made some games in Godot. I made Dash Pong. I made Hyperslice. I'm working on Lexispell right now. We announced Oboe. It's a horror game that is coming to the Steam Next Fest. And I also have 2 YouTube channels, with an S, Mr. Elliptic and Mr. Ellipteach. You might have seen them somewhere. Do I still have my scene? Somewhere I have a scene where I can showcase stuff, but I don't know where it is. I'm streaming on Linux. Today I'm streaming on Windows because I need to have access to some software. There's a brief teaser of some of the playthrough. It's called Rhythm and Goose. It's very silly and punny. Okay, let's go. Hello, the real Jessica. We were listening to Red Bull Symphonics. I think I've seen it somewhere. You shared it somewhere, no? Cozy Mug, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Did you share it somewhere? I feel like I've seen it already. Maybe not. Sorry, the music was still on. Awesome. I just started understanding what was happening with the clacks. You need a little VFX when the hands are clacking like that. When the hands are you need something to show it. Cool. Congrats. I'm liking it. We plan to add more juice. Sure. You should. You should. There is never enough juice. Right? There's never enough. What am I doing? Activated emit. Has a course and everything. I do. Show us your game. Oh hi, I was researching word game the other day and your game came up. Let's go. The Jondar, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Where in the world are you, if you don't mind saying? In France. I'm in France. Je suis en France, d'ailleurs, s'il y a des Français et que vous voulez parler français, vous pouvez, mais ici on parle anglais, en normal. Mais n'hésitez pas à lâcher un petit coucou en français, parce qu'entre Français, on aime bien parler français. Alors n'hésitez pas. So this is the game. This is Lexispell. Lexispell is full of juice. You will see juice in Lexispell because I like juice. We have a bunch of game modes, but today we are playing the main game mode, which is called Classic Craft, I think. I nearly forgot. Let me just change. I want that. Yeah. So the letters fall down in the cauldron like that. You can see that when they're similar, they merge together and they become bigger and they have more points. You can ask for more letters. And then the goal is to score enough. So for example, in here, you would do what? You would do shores. And you would put that over here and remove this and do shores. And then it counts. Bloop, 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 bloop. Prrp, it removes. Boom, 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 boom. In here, this is a special letter. As you can see, its value is going to increase every round. So this one, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it in my backpack. That way, it's going to increase in value every time I'm not touching it. So it's going to be cool. And I want to go to the shop. So we need to win. And then we are going to go to the shop to buy more stuff. Because it's kind of a battle troll-like. So we have upgrades and everything. And I'm going to show you that in just a second, if I can advance the music. If I can do, for example, what could we do? So at the top you can see sometimes it becomes red. It's because you are too far at the top, so the letters are not worth any points anymore, to force you to be careful. It used to be a timed-based mechanic, but I don't want. It's in English or in French. No other languages for now. Mostly you will see why, because the upgrades are sometimes very language specific, and also because it's a word game, it's kind of a pain to handle special characters and stuff like that. So I just want to avoid it. It's not because I made a word game that I'm good at word games. Actually, I don't care that much about word games, to be honest. We could do candidate, I think. We could do candy, and I'm missing, no, candy. Candidate, we could put this one also. It's gonna be pretty big. Let's do that. Toad would be good, but it's a bit short. And we won. So that's cool. Boop. Clear. And we won 8 Lexims, which is the money in the game. Let's grab that, and let's go to the shop. And in here, what do we have? Well, for example, you can see mirror. It's giving you 5 points for each symmetrical looking letter. So you see, this is an example of why it's kind of hard to port the game to multiple languages, because you have to adapt to each language, especially if they're not using the same alphabet. So I'm doing it with French. Like sometimes there are things that are modified in French, but I just don't want to do it with other things. Gambler, 10 molt, 1 in 5 chance of being destroyed. I have 8. So I think I'm getting this. I'm getting the starter. It needs to start with a letter J. Let's go. And I can swap 2 letters of my choice. Do I get that? No, I don't think I need to do that. Okay, let's go. So let's remember letter J, right? It's not... Maybe I won't have a J, and that will be the problem. That, I keep it for later. I want the value to increase. Hello, Jibbles. Looks amazing. Thank you. Donc on peut faire du franglais. On peut pas faire du franglais, non. On peut faire soit du français, soit de l'anglais. The stream is completely messed up. Had to raid out. I hate gamblers because it's absolutely bite on sight and then breaks first trigger every time. So last time I bought Gambler and it actually lasted for so long, and it kind of carried my run, which was a little bit of a cheat. But yeah, it's worth it at the beginning, I would say, when you don't have a lot of stuff, because you can't really build a meta or a strategy, so you just gamble it, and that can be enough honestly. Coagulate. Do we have another A? No, we don't have an A. Coagu. Yeah, but I'm missing everything. I'm missing all of the words. Am I stupid? So as you can see in here, what do we have? We have a rock, right? The rock are kind of painful, but because they take space and they get destroyed. But this one has like little gold on it. It will actually give us money, even more money. What did you say? Dialogue. Allocate. Allocate. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. No. No. We don't have another A. And I don't have it in here. And I don't have T's. No T. Actually, do I take the risk? Am I really connected? You can suggest words theoretically if it works. I need to retest it before launch because last time I tested was a long time ago. Logical should work. Logical should work, and it didn't work. My theory is that this tells me connected, but it's not. Also, why is the thing going on the left? Oh, okay, it didn't redirect correctly. So theoretically now it works, right? Logical. It doesn't. Even though I'm subscribed to chat. Can I not do logical? We can, right? Logical. We can totally do it. Is there a command for this, or is just any word sent in chat? Any word. Any word. Did I break it? No. It's not you. I think what happened is when I launched it, it asked me if I wanted to be able to reach the internet, but it did that before I was able. And so I guess it's in a weird state and it doesn't want to connect. Sees everyone's stuff is breaking today, don't feel bad. Yeah, it's always breaking. So usually you just need to put a word in the chat. It verifies if it's possible to make the word, and then it displays it over here, but I think it's brokey. Should we try again? Just to make sure that it can actually work? It should work, but maybe it broke. That's life. Is it stressing that it's breaking like a week before release? Not really. Not really. Redirect token, okay. Supposedly I'm connected. Supposedly. So for example, we could have turn. Ah, now it works. So it was in a weird state. It was in a weird state. I guess it thought it was connected. But why when I was disconnecting it was not really disconnecting, I have no idea. It's Break It Thursday. So you can see it's showing the letters in here, and it's showing the thing in here, client, so I can see that I have another one. If I go over here, you're asking me to do client. Okay, not too bad. By Albert 0, that's you, it works. And if I also suggest client, theoretically, I go over here and it's telling me clients by Albert and one other, so it's me. So I can do that. So I can say, okay, you know what, client is good, but I'm going to use this because this I want to keep it for later. Remember, that's my strategy. I'm just dropping just in case, and I'm dropping because I want an S. So clients, that's going to be even better. Does it automatically bring the larger value when there are duplicates? I think it pick the biggest value. Yes, it prioritizes the value. Yes, cruelty. We can't anymore. That was the last round. So every round, I think I don't even remember how I programmed this. I think it goes through every time the letters are updated to see if your suggestion is still valid or not. Because letters can also merge, right? So, shit. For example, if you drop a U and then it merges and then you have less U's, or you know what I mean? That can also change. It was old round, cleared it from the line. Yes, totally. I wanted to do churn. Fap. Churn. Fappage. I don't think it's a word. Let's grab that for later, actually. Let's also grab that for later. That's my strategy, but you can use another strategy, by the way. So the difference in what you see, those are special letters. They are just replacing the letters, so they are worth more points, and they can also be triggered by some upgrades. For example, Moneymaker. Where is it? Moneymaker actually will make them count double. We can have Lucky, we can have Love Letter, Lexifile. Let's grab some random ones. Yeah. Odd. And we can grab some other things. No, I'm not cheating. You are cheating, okay? You are cheating. Shake your moneymaker. That sound is nut. Yes. So then you can see we have a bunch of stuff. We have the runes that are affecting how the letters are dropping stuff. And in here we have the wands that we can use to transform certain letters. For example, let's say this one is big and it's kind of causing us trouble. We can use this wand and we can shrink it back. Or let's say we have this N in here and we would like an O. We can use this because it turns a letter of your choice into the next one in the alphabet. And we do that and then it's an O, and that's pretty cool. Minute. Yeah, but it doesn't work anymore because now we have an N. We don't have the N anymore. Sorry. Sorry, that was a great suggestion, but it doesn't work. Do we have something specific in here? Oh, we have the J and the U, right? We have the J and the U. 0 plus 0.25 mult every time the letter J is used. But we don't have any J's. Do we? No, we don't. But we have U. 31 points each time the letter U appears in a word. So for example, we could say... I don't have a D. Meatloaf. Apparently it doesn't work. Meatloaf. And I could replace it with this special L to count more points, and with this special A. Meatloaf. It's not valid. It doesn't count as one word, I guess. So if you think that it should count and it's not in the thing, you go over here and you say meatloaf. Submit. And it seems that it's broken. I guess my server is broken. I guess my server to get the word recommendation is broken. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I'm seeing it. It's one word. Yeah? Yeah. I can see it exists. Oh, this is huge. I should change that. I just didn't realize this was doing it. But I have a limited dictionary, so that's why I'm updating it sometimes. And by doing meatloaf, by submitting it, you allow me to update the thing. Putrefy. I don't think we can do it. Putrefy, it's not a word. Okay, let me write that down. This is not normal. Icon too big in Wiktionary. Oops, not a word. Yeah. But we can do clay if you want. Clay, it's not too bad. It was actually enough to get us some money, and then we go to the shop. And I think in the shop you're supposed to... It is a word though. Possibly. We can add it. That's one of the frustrating thing about doing a word game, is that in the English dictionary I have more than 600,000 words, and it's never enough. That's kind of frustrating. So my solution for that is two solutions. One, I'll let you use your own dictionary if you want. And two, I'm gonna update the dictionary from time to time with the recommendations from people. Can we vote in here? Does it work? Let's say I want to take specialist. Yeah, it actually works. I want A, and I want I also. I doesn't work. D? Why does I doesn't work? Interesting. The runes don't receive the thing. It's such a pain. It's such a pain. It's always like that. You think that things work and then they don't. So anyway, that's the game. That's the game. Scrabble dictionary could be more exhaustive, but you probably don't want words like "ah" in there. Yes. At the same time, it's a single player game. A 3-letter game is not going to give you that much points. So if you want to put a bunch of 3-letter words that are stupid, it doesn't really matter. The minimum you can do is 3 letters right now. I didn't find the Scrabble dictionary, I think. It was an old one. But what I'm going to do is, I have some resources that I found recently with even more dictionaries. I'm going to do a pass on that. I'm going to merge them all and make sure I have as many words as I can. But yeah. Okay, I'll connect to my VPS later tonight and I'll check what's happening with the server. That's kind of weird. So what were we doing before all of that? What were we doing? We were doing each drop, value old gem, and value later letter, and we saw that it was actually working. So rune, each drop, value, old gem, and letter. And that is cool, my dudes. The icon being too weird in the Wiktionary, too big in the Wiktionary, I can do it right now. Dictionary UI, is that it? Yes. Can I actually see? Yeah, but I don't see the definition, right? Can I take a look at what it looks like? Why is it so fucking big? Why is it so big, and why was it not big before? I don't understand how it works. Might be because of the percentage, but you know what? I'm gonna do it in pixels. It's gonna be easier. Like 20 pixels? Like 25? Yeah, 25 seems okay. I think the percentage is based on the size of the object, so it can get really big or really small depending on what you do. Which is fucking stupid. Fix icon too big. And for fuck's sake, I forgot. Okay. Okay, let's continue and let's try to finish those runes. What do I have? This is done. This is done also. Last drop request. How do I know it's the last one? It's Mika, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. How do I know it's the last one? It's a good question, right? I guess we are at 0. Simply. We are simply at 0. Target. Last drop. We want last drop special. 100% chance value. How is it called? Oh, it's on globals. Is that? This is stupid. Okay, on the last drop request, and how do you know? You know it like that. Let's check. Let's check. It's already pretty late. I should publish the other things on Reddit, I think. Drops. Yeah, on last drop request. Okay.
I'm sleepless, can't breathe in. Looking for a face I know.
I'm just getting a little bit more space so I can get the values that I want. Okay, drops. And the last one. And I got my stuff. Okay. Very cool. Very cool. That was very easy. Chop. Rune, last drop. Request. Special. 8 days. Is this going to be the same type of release as Hyperslice, where you're actually going to try to release it in 3 days and it's going to take 8 days? No, because everything is set up correctly and there's nothing preventing me from releasing. Theoretically, I could even release right now. So it's going to be nice. Thank you for your kind words. Last drop request. Okay. I have 2 left. I have 2 left. Ooh, those ones. Let's try the gold ones, because I don't know why they're not in full right now. Let's try. Let's just make sure that they work. You've been free for almost a week. I'm sure I've lost my watch streak. I streamed on Tuesday. You were not here. I streamed on Tuesday. Bloop bloop bloop. Where are the fucking rocks? Gold Rock and Rocky. So it's when they're destroyed, right? So let's say... Let's see what happens. Okay, it actually worked. And it gave me tea. I was still stuck in Vegas. I missed 2 flights, so my third attempt worked. What happened? Why were you stuck there? Glay. Does that mean anything? I could have done glance. There was an N right there. The one intentions drops really often, but you know. I have it. Menstrual. There's a big teen here that would have been better. I didn't know Spirit Airlines went out of business. Expedia also decided to not show my flight on things cancelled, so I thought my flight was still a thing. I had to get a second flight, which I overslept because I went drinking, because I was upset about first flight. Oh my god. That must have cost a lot. Okay. It works, so that's good. We need those 2 to be done. We need to finish those 2, and that's it for the runes. We're done with the runes. Every X in group of letters. Let's start with the group of letters because it's actually easier to do. X group. It spawns X group. Right? And the other one is what? Is X letter. It spawns a gem letter. That's very easy. Every X specific letter spawned. Every X, so I need to count them. Okay. Well, it was for a party, and I asked before I left what we were doing. And we got here, they added like 3 more things they wanted to do. I probably paid over $2,000 for just 3 or 4 days. It's supposed to be there for 2 days. Wow. I mean, dinner at 2 places was $350 for just myself. What the fuck? That is so fucking expensive. Imagine how many Lexispells you can buy with that money. Imagine. I would love to tell you, but I don't even know. I don't even know because I don't know. I don't know the price. I think I put it at $7.99, and I will probably do a very small discount initially, like 10%. Already started the hate campaign for Lexispell Online. Please write it in 1 word. Please write it in 1 word. This is not on user drop requested, actually. It's on letter spawned. So we can check. If it's not in get condition value, you return. Otherwise, you do... Spawn from group. I can do spawn from group. The amount. I guess 1. Mm-hmm. Action.amount. Action dot value
Hey, ihr Konzerthaus Wien!
action dot rare. And so what we need to do is we need to fill that in.
Wir stehen ja hier nicht zum ersten Mal in diesem wundervollen
We need to fill that in. We need to randomize the value.
also die
I would like to randomize the value, my dear.
2020
Oh, please randomize my value.
naiv. Der Christian natürlich auch
Please randomize my value.
uns. Aber damals war
I've already started here. I think $7.99 is underselling your product. I think it should be at least 10, if not more. I wouldn't go over 15 though. I disagree. I disagree because wordplay is that wordplay? Yeah. It's out on Steam at base price of $7.99, and if you look at other games in the same genre, I think they're priced, unless they're bigger, those are priced bigger. Oh my god, there's a lot of typing games. Dicey Words is less. It's cheaper. Interesting. Cursed Words is expensive though. But this is a different type. Cursed Word is expensive. They bundled with Balatro. Beyond Words is also expensive. Wordplay might be underpriced too. I think I want to be under 10 for sure. I don't want to sell it that I don't want to be too high. I don't have that many wish lists. If I had a lot of wish lists, I would be more confident. I don't have that many wish lists. I don't want my game to be stuck at 20 reviews forever. So I don't know. Might be fine. So I want that, right? And I want 4 of them. But it's also in the condition X group, spawn X group. And you can do action dot value. This is for the condition. Yet create random. Fill in action letter values. This is what I want. Right? This is what I want. And I pass my action and I pass 4, the amount that I want. Okay. True, you don't have a lot of wish lists, but you do have over 2,000 and close it up on the votes on or close to it, votes on your post on Reddit. Yeah, but that's different. That's very different. I don't know. I think I have 2,600 wish lists. I also want to send a message. With the price I'm sending a message. I'm sending the message that it's a short game. It's a small game. It's not... If I price it above 10, it puts it similar to Balatro. And I don't want that. I want people to understand that it's a smaller type game. But I might do $8.99, maybe. Okay, let me reconnect to Steam. That way I can check some stuff. And I think it's time for me to post more things on the internet. Signing to Steam. My god, it's 27 degrees. Just kind of feel like you get more money out of it. Honestly, I don't think, at least for an American, we're going to look at R200 and say, oh, this is too high. Start using getting double digits when people start seeing a different value. Yeah, sure. I priced it at $7.99 right now. I priced it at $7.99. You're making me doubt. You're making me doubt. I could go... I don't think I can go that much higher, to be honest. I don't think I can go that much higher. I don't think I want to go above 10. I feel like price is a good price. I'm going to keep it if you feel comfortable with it. Maybe if a game pops off, then the next game you'll up the price a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. X group. Spawn X group. We need to try this one. Okay. X group. Spawn X group. My livelihood is not in danger, so you got to do what's best for you. Pricing is always difficult. Pricing is always difficult. I get the logic everywhere, you know. I get the... I'm not even using the chance value, because if it's certain, maybe I should not use the chance value. It's difficult. It's difficult. If you price it too high, people have different expectations. If you price it too high, they might also wait a lot for instead of buying immediately. It's easier to get more players if it's cheaper. If you know you're not going to sell a lot of games, price can actually be interesting to make more revenue. So, I don't know. I don't like the wands. I would prefer to have a cursor that was like a fairy or a gremlin or some things that's like flying around. It feels weird for a wand and a cauldron. Maybe a ladle would have felt right to me. It's because you're playing mages that you have wands. So that's not weird, that's logical. Yeah, but it's too late. I understand what you mean, but it's too late. I have done the bundle and stuff. I have done the DLC upgrade. I don't plan on changing it. At least for now. I could add one in the game, but it's really useless. So that works. It takes too long to create those fucking things. It's awful. Really, it's awful. X letter, drop gem. So what? It just drops a gem like that? No, it's every X specific letters. How did I write it? How did I write it? every condition dropped, chance of dropping. It's a chance. Yeah, but do we have a value? Do we have a condition value? I think it should be like 30%. Okay, we'll put a condition value to that in the randomized value. So the conditions globals lang en is going to be create random condition string, and I want 1. Right? X letter spawn. It's letterx. Man, if only some rich French guy would DoorDash me some iced coffee this morning. I know I do it for him. Iced coffee. Crazy. Crazy! What is the name? Letterx. Every R dropped, 1 in 3 chance of dropping 1 gem letter. This is kind of nuts, 1 in 3 chance. But we can test this. We can test this. Wow. That's kind of crazy. 1 in 3 maybe. I'm gonna go 25. 25% chance. It's a specific letter also. It depends the letter really. If you find a very common letter, it's kind of nuts. So maybe I'm going 20% now that I'm thinking about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, we might go 20%. Okay. We are done with the gems. We are done with the gems. So we need to do 2 things. We need to fix, just to be done completely with this, we need to fix when we're getting letters in a group. When we're getting letters in a group, so create random condition with arrays and stuff, we need to make sure that they are not inside in here. We need to do don't put duplicate letters. Okay, it's time to post on socials. I might do manual posts. What do you think? Do you think it's worth it to do manual posts? Maybe. Maybe it's better. Oof. I think now that you're a week away every day, you should post something about a feature in the game. Exactly. That's what I planned. Every day I will have my game releases in X days, X days, X days. If you guys have Twitter and you want to boost that, that would help a ton. I'll post it for the price of an iced coffee. What is the price of an iced coffee? Oh, by the way, Seto, I don't know if you're still on stream. I'm seeing your playtesters and stuff. This is super cool. I reached out to Tallow, and they don't do sponsored content, unfortunately. So no sponsored content for me. All right. There you go, one repost. Thank you. It's pretty gay. What does that mean? Okay. So that's done. I guess we should publish on indie gaming and indie games. On indie games, I think we need to publish not a direct link, right? Yeah. So I can use the YouTube URL. I'm not sure it's going to do very well. I'm doing a link, right? You should send me all your money, and you'll make off this game as a payment for retweeting your post, and then maybe I'll send you back to you, and then you could tax write off because it wasn't an advertisement paid for me, giving you money, just giving you a gift. Let's choose the system. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. I can't. I don't have access to tax write off as with the company that I have. Unfortunately. Big unfortunate. Man, you need American company? Call that a business expense. No, but I can also do that, but I need another type of company. Well, it's not entirely true. I either need another type of company, or I need... I either need another type of company, or I need to change the regime I'm using, which is... I need to go into real expenses, whereas right now there is a 30%, I don't know the terms in English, but there's a 30% write-off that is automatic when I declare how much money I'm making. And if I have more expenses than that, then it might be interesting for me to go into real expenses, but then it's more complicated, and also I don't have that many expenses, so I don't think it's worth it. So I don't think it's worth it. So I'm keeping it that way for now. If you have read it and you want to... What? What? If you have read it and you want to upvote that, that would help a lot. So don't hesitate. Is it showing? Yeah, don't hesitate. This would help a whole lot. Okay, I think I published pretty much everywhere I wanted. I'll publish tomorrow on Cozy Games, that way I don't have too many today, I'm not spamming that much. Definitely did not just going to read it and downvote it, please don't. I don't expect a lot, but hey. Okay, give me a sec. Okay. The runes are nearly done. I'm going to take a quick break to grab something to drink. I have published on socials, on Discord. I have sent it to OpenIndie also. Okay. It's getting there. It's getting there. I'm fucking tired. There is something very draining about doing all of those marketing bullshit. There's something very draining. I don't know why that is. Ah, that was horrible. Okay, quick break. See you in 5. Bye. La 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 lam. La la la. 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 La 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 la. Wow, it's so freaking hard. But this is good. But this is really, really good. This is hard. This is hard and good. Using spatial noise, spatial sound effects. I think it can be interesting. So find oh fuck, I actually hurt myself with my... Then put that in here in the middle, and then go in here, put it to white, and then go in here and put it to alpha, and then go in here and put it to full white, and then put it to here. And this would be my anti-aliasing, and now I have created a bow. I could do that. But do I want to? Well, I guess I did it now. So maybe I want to. Her point. Main character positioned prominently in the center. in the center, in the center, in the center. This is the definition of center from the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. This is the definition of center. This is literally his definition of center. Clearly on the fucking right. Yeah, okay. The names are the same, and I'm running different windows with the same names, so it's having a bit of trouble capturing the right window, but otherwise it works fine. And you can see my input working. So that's pretty cool. We can do the bullety bullet. Bullet. But don't worry, everything is fine. I know exactly what I'm doing because I'm a professional. I'm a professional game dev. Look at that. You could clip this, but would that be kind? When they will look at Henry, the shopkeeper, they will definitely get hard. I think that's how it works. Henry, the shopkeeper, boom, instant hardness. What if, just what if, we tried the game from Mike, right? What do you think? Of course, that's what we should do. Let's take a quick break and play that. Press space. Warning, vomiting in this game. Okay. Interact with left click. Okay, but interact with what? Shit. Hangover Gallery. Art and code, Mike Klubnika. Music and video, Tamlin Marlov. Sound design, Martin Serville. Is that it? I died? That was the game? Okay, let's start again. And goes to big bites of his food. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not supposed to fall down here, I think. We have a bunch of those... Shit! I promise I didn't do it on purpose. I promise. Fuck me. Okay, let's be more careful. Let's be more careful. It's going to be fine. We just don't have to fall into the hole. It's not that difficult, right? Okay, this is nothing, apparently. So then I'm going through the door, I guess. Do we have anything in here? Ah, so this is interacting. There's someone at the door, I think. Let me put the sound higher. It's buzzing. I'm not sure what they want. I think I'm supposed to kick them into a hole, no? Oh my god. Time comes. I'm not sure why I'm doing this. "15 remain. "15 remains before what? I love the fact that it's called Interact. Not sure I want to play that game by night. I love the fact that it's called Interact, and interacting is kicking hard. Is that a flower? I'm getting good at this. Goodbye, motherfucker. Your turn. What do you mean your turn? What do you mean your turn? Am I supposed to jump? Am I supposed to jump? Do I go? Add that if two of the collide, the second one is also pushed. Yeah. I imagine that the French are good at kicking little children. Why am I not surprised? Should I go? Let's go, I guess. And that's the end that we saw earlier, right? Hangover Gallery. Okay. You know what? This is cool. We need to experiment. I'm not sure what it's all about, and I'm not sure what it's saying, but it's interesting. It's interesting. It's definitely interesting. Oh my god. Mike Klebnika is a weird dude. Let me tell you that. Hey, Baba, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How's the backend stuff going? This is crazy. Soon to release, yeah. Soon. Indeed, realistic depiction of vomiting. Super realistic Discord mod sim.exe. In Russia, I would like to say Mike Klebnika net delayed whip build. I'm wondering if there's more to it. A game about throwing individuals down a pit. Okay. Another person I haven't seen in a while. Mike, yeah. He was there last week. Okay, that was cool. That was a nice palette cleanser. Very good. I'm on marshalling now. I'm trying to connect the front end next week. You know why you know why life is cool? Because what you do, to me, sounds like the definition of hell. But apparently you enjoy it. And so that's awesome. That's the cool thing about life. We all have different ways of doing things. And that's awesome. Okay, we need to make sure that the letters that we get are... we need to make sure that the letters are completely random. Yeah, I love it. Exactly, yeah. So how do we do that? Do I have multiple places where I need to do this? Yeah. I have 2 places where this could be a thing. So I could create something in here, I guess. Are you coming to the game camp? I would love to catch up. Nope. At least I didn't plan. When is it and where is it? It's in June. Yeah, no, it's in the middle of Next Fest. I can't do that. I'm participating in Next Fest with Obol with my next game. So no. But hopefully next year I will be less in the middle of everything. And I want to do more events next year. And also it's quite far from where I live, so it's not super easy, but yeah. You have to register 6 months in advance anyway. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, but you know what I could do? I could go there just to see people at outside of the actual event. You know, I don't care about the talks and stuff. The reality is that those events are interesting because you meet people. Going to talks and stuff, I don't really care. But yeah, it's mostly for meeting professionals if you need. Yeah. I don't care about that, to be honest. But yeah, next year maybe. Next year, baby. Are you close to Lille? Are you close to there? For some reason, I feel like you must be in the north of France, but I don't know actually. Maybe you're not. I also wanted to go to Lyon, to Indie Game Lyon, but I didn't. Again, I didn't. It was really a bad timing for me. I'm in Strasbourg. It's 2 hours. Okay. Hey, Leah. Okay, cool. I don't know why I thought that. I will just pass an amount, and it will return me an array. It just returns a normal array, right? Var and static. It just returns a normal array. You know what I'll do? I'll do letter probabilities. Because I kind of have to do that, right? To have what I want. I'm surprised I don't have a function for that already in utils. I'm really surprised. Oh, I can't type. What do we want to do? We want to get... I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. And I'm gonna pass those letter probabilities. We pass the random letter.rng. Do I want to do this? Do I want... No, I don't think I want. I can just do pick. I don't think I want to pick with RNG in this case. I don't think we care. I don't think we care what it's picking. Right? I don't think we care. We remove it and we get the letters in here, and we are going to do it in here. So far, yeah, true. I do agree. I do agree. So in here, we could do condition. Is that it? We also have here. Okay, I think that should be it. So that is cool. We put that over here. I guess I'm gonna finish the... I'm gonna finish the consumables. What do you think? It's nearly 6 p.m. I'm gonna finish the consumables. I said I was doing enchantments, but I'm going to have to do more. Whereas my consumables, I have like 3 of them and then it's done. So that might be worth it. That way I can like finish it. Okay, that should be it. It's so fucking hot today. We really went from it was cold again, like it was 10, and now it's freaking hot. It's 27 outside. That is nuts, and it's going above 30 next week. It's this weekend actually. Above 30. I'm not pleased. I'm not pleased. It's not amazing. So let's check. Snatcher description. I have a bunch of small issues to fix also, but I don't think I'm going to do it now. I have more consumables. I wrote down some stuff, right? We are Wednesday. I'm going to do the consumables also today. I'm not going to fix the issues when you were just playing video games. Exactly. I mean, I played for 5 minutes. That's fine, right? Okay, more consumables. I have a bunch of potions to make. And a bunch of wands. Let me tell you that I don't want to make them. Can you take all of that without this shit? And without this? I don't know what this is. And can you move it on the whole pixel? This software is driving me crazy. Okay. That should give me enough space. That should give me enough space. See, I keep supporting developers from third world countries. Well, I need that iced coffee my parasocial friend did not send to me. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm answering. You know, that's what I'm telling you. Okay. How do I represent long words? How do I represent small words? Boost all rare letters. I think for the boost all rare letters, it's going to be simple. So we have consumable potion endurance. It's going to be small words. In here, it's going to be long words. Have a good stream. I'll catch you next time if you're not on when I get back. Goodbye. I'm live again tomorrow. Potion. Potion. I already have a rare boost in here. I already have rare boost. And by the way, it is not centered correctly. I already have rare boost. Why do I have rare boost in here? Are you telling me we already have that function? Can we cast like that? Can we do this? No. So we need this get random letter to be an array of letter then. Otherwise it's not going to work. But it's always an array of, what the fuck? It's an array of string. What do I mean? It's an array of string. Sorry. Glee, glee, glue. There is something very... I know, I think I understand why I don't like the whole marketing, social media stuff, or even sending out emails to content creators and whatnot. It's time-consuming, not fun, and the opposite of rewarding. Because unless you're lucky enough and you actually get rewards for that, it feels like putting energy into the void. And it takes a lot of energy and time to create videos, send out emails, etc., etc. So that's exactly why it feels so bad. Because it's a lot of energy, you're throwing all of that, and then potentially nothing happens. I can tell you, my release date announcement, or even my release announcement, are going to do less good on socials than some other random shit that I've shared. So this is why it's frustrating, I think. Because it feels like you're doing it for nothing, basically. Gem letter score times 2 points in the next word. It's already the case, then. I already have this boost. I'm stupid. Okay. I like the YouTube video. Thank you. Good to know. So in here we want potion. All letters boost. And in here we want potion. Lexims. Yeah. Hey, Dark Side of Yogurt, how are you doing? Gain half of the numbers of letters in Lexims. Okay, so the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to grab a letter. I'm going to use Comic Lemon for that. I'm going to grab A. Make it roughly the same size. Oh yeah, but this one has... Good, thanks. Not even my sister want to use my grocery price tracker app, but you have to keep going. That's how it works. First, nobody will trust you, then you will become a billionaire. They'll come asking to suck it. What the fuck? What the fuck? Expend stroke. Expend stroke. I want both of them to be like that. This looks like shit, by the way. What the fuck happened in here? What the fuck? It could be... It could be better. Okay. We have those two things that are roughly the same size. I think I'm not sure how I want to approach that, to be fully honest with you. By the way, convert to curves. Give me another one. Another one. I think I want to do something like that. Do you get the vision? Do you get the vision? Or what? Do you get the vision? It might be too complex, to be fully honest. Something like that. Maybe. Maybe. Or this would have been easier. It is very complex for no fucking reason. But I think it could work. So the problem I'm going to have... okay, how am I approaching this? I would like a... I kind of need to have an outline here, I think. Maybe if my outline is inside, it's fine. It's not going to make it grow. Yeah, but it's going to put it everywhere, so that looks stupid. Do I really need to build a fucking shape just for that? Way more visible with the outline. Yeah. But it's not what I want to do. Do I really need to build a fucking shape? I think I need to. So let me show you. I'm gonna separate the two. I think I don't have a choice. Ah, come on. Do what I want. Maybe rotated 45 over the A. No, it's fine, it's fine. You're going to see. I'm an absolute fucker. I forgot. I forgot it would look like that. I forgot it would look like that. I still have a technique. No, I don't, actually. The problem is that theoretically, those objects are supposed to be the same color. So if they are the same color, we don't see shit anymore. I don't have an easy solution. Maybe I can actually change the rules. What do you think? Maybe I can change the rules and do whatever I want. Because it's my game. That could potentially work. And like, I don't care. It's not readable. I don't care. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if I have something better at some point. If you have an idea to represent short words and long words, I would love to know. I could do something really stupid. I don't know if that would work. Is that a curve? It's already converted as a curve. I could do something maybe really stupid like that. Let me know if you think it's a great idea. But I could do L. 64.5. Could do that. Is it too stupid? It looks like a 5. Maybe it could work. I don't have a better idea. Or I simply take... Maybe it's better... I have an idea. Do 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 do. A ruler. Yeah, we could do a ruler, but I feel like it would look weird. Let me try something. It's kind of what you're saying, but it's a little bit more abstract. Oh, fuck. This is awful. So instead of that shit, it could be something like that. I don't know if it's super clear. I mean, it doesn't have to be clear. Like, there's a description. The goal is just to give you something that, something to understand. You know, it doesn't have to be clear. I think it's fine. This one is freaking unclear, though. This one is nuts. This one is nuts. And also it clashes completely with the... because it's using another color. At least maybe what I could do is use the secondary color. Where is it? I don't know if it's this one or not. I have an idea, otherwise. I have an idea. What if I do that, but I cast a shadow? What do you think? Ah, yeah, but it's going to cast it over here too. I didn't think about that. I'm gonna keep it like that for now. It's fine. Okay, and all letters boost. All letters boost. Maybe I put that. I remove what's inside and I just put a letter. Why does it look weird like this? Because there's a multiply. I just put an L. I mean, my letters are not that color, right? They're that color. How do they look? Do I make them this color? Hey! Prukiki, prukaka, pruki pruki pru, pruki pruki pru, pruki pru. Maybe not. You know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Keep it simple. Da 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 da. Hey! Tukutu tukata tukutu kata tukutu kata. Yeah, okay, let's do that. We need some wands. Usually the wands I'm a little bit more inspired. So this wand, it takes so long to do that. You understand now why I don't have icons for the upgrades, for the scrolls, because it takes too long. 3 rocks into letters. I think what we're going to do is we're going to grab a rock. What is the best looking rock that we have? Kind of this one, maybe? We need to bake the appearance. We need to bake the appearance. It looks like nothing. I was just thinking about how I need to take my paycheck and pay over my bills and stuff today. So that way I'm not tempted to buy any new games next week or anything. No! No! Turn of gold. Turn of gold. Turn of gold into a special letter. How am I doing that? How am I doing that? A gold rock into a special letter. Ah, I could put the rock stuff. I could put the rock stuff Oh my god, that's not what I wanted to do. Doo-doo-doo. Ooh la 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Doesn't have to be super clear, even though I think it's missing one right over there. Maybe this one. That looks bad. That looks bad. And that is okay. So I'm not trying to be funny when I say this, but I'm thinking about this realistically. When the first people decided to move towards Europe, at some point they had to think this way. Too freaking cool. Why do we move back south? Where we were at before. I don't know why people stayed, even though it was potentially colder and more difficult. I think it's colder, but it's also a better climate to grow some stuff and whatnot, maybe. Like it's all fun and everything, but if you live in the desert, it's not much better, right? So maybe there's that. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, I want to export those. It needs to be rocks gold. And we also want those ones. Which means we have 6 new stuff. Right. What time is it? It's 6. Okay, let's try to take like 30 minutes to do those, but I think 30 minutes is impossible. It takes so long It takes so long to do all of that. But let's try to move as far as we can, and we'll see. It takes a long time. So let's do potion, boost, long words, potion, boost, small words, or short, I should say. Short words. Short word. Boost. Ah, it's potion. Potion, boost. All letters. Potion, letter, Lexim. And then I want more wands. I want wand, rock letter. And I want wand, rock, gold, or gold rock, special. Okay. Now that we have that, I can restart. What would you be interested in the most for next time? A normal incremental game, a 3D incremental game? What I don't like about the perspective of the next few months is that I have no time. I just go game, and that's awful. And I want to have a little bit more time to experiment and stuff. The incremental one. Both would be incremental, but one would be a more simple 2D one, and the other one would be a 3D incremental. So not knowing what they are, which is more interesting? I guess the 3D incremental is like a bit more visual, right? I guess. Oh, interesting. Interesting. My wands and everything are available in the demo. But what would be the fantasy for each one? I love 2D so much. The fantasy on the 2D one, we have a bunch of solutions, a bunch of options. But I think what I find, what resonates with me so far is a fish taking its revenge against fishermen. So cartoony, exaggerated look. Very, very juicy, very over the top. Kind of stupid, like stupid cartoony, if it makes sense. And the 3D one would be horror, I think. The 3D one would be horror, so pretty dark, probably low poly, retro aesthetic, very crunchy, very, very wobbly. But not completely serious. It would probably be goofy horror, because I think I vibe with that a lot. So goofy horror is horror that is juiced up, and you have things that are not necessarily scary. A good example of that is Machine Party, I think, but there are plenty of games that are like that. Machine Party is the latest game by Mike Klubnica. You can see how it's horror themed, like it has a vibe, a horror vibe, but also it's very goofy, right? Like the situation doesn't make sense, the way it's animated, the way things move. It's goofy horror, and I would go with something like that, because I think it fits the incremental vibe a lot. And yeah. I'm excited for the 3D one in a way because, I mean, 3D is just, it's something different, so it would be cool, you know? Just for that aspect, it would be cool. At the same time, the 2D one, I know I can make it 100,000 wish lists. That is nuts. I know I can make it very easily. It would be much, much easier. So, it's difficult. I need to separate that, guys. I need to separate that. So let me check how my consumable manager is. How my consumable manager is. Res path. Okay, I'm doing it that way, and then it goes in the path and it loads them. We are going to separate it into res path demo and res path full. I don't know why I didn't do it earlier. Demo. So before doing everything in here, we want to have demo and full. And I will put everything in demo. Actually, I didn't update the demo with those ones, I think. People don't have access to that, so I might not give all of them into the demo. But I guess we'll think about that later. Right? We'll think about that later. And we have unused in here. Demo. Let's put that in demo. Create new full. Okay. And so let me create new resources. Potion resource. I separated the potion and the wands, but realistically they're the exact same thing. I separated them because it's easier for me to think about what they should do. Like the potions give you boost. They don't directly interact with the letters, whereas the wands impact the letters, like they are kind of active. Whereas the potions are more passive in a way. That being said, it's similarly the same. So it could have been the same resource, that's what I meant. It could have been the exact same resource. And behind the scene, it is the same resource. It's a consumable resource. I just made the difference in case I needed the difference. But I don't have the difference right now. Boost. So potion. Potion, boost, long word. Create new resource, potion. Potion, boost, short word. Okay. Create new resource, potion. Potion, boost all letters. Is that a potion that I created? I didn't realize. Yeah. Potion. Letters to Lexims. I'm gonna call it that way. Yes. What I can do before we do, I can do that. Potion. Boost long word. No, this is boost all letter. Oh my god! What a mistake! Boost letters. Why is it called consumable? It's normal? Maybe it's normal. Price, required amount, effect duration, 1. Effect value, nothing. Required amount, 0. Boost long words. Boost long word. Required amount, no. Effect duration, 1. Boost short word. long live the quick preview and stuff. This is so fucking cool. This is incredible. The quick load was introduced a while ago, but the quick load with preview like that, it's amazing. It's amazing, and I gained so much time using that. Are you releasing a new demo for the next fest? No, I participated in February. I can't do that. Letters to Lexims. Potion, letters to Lexims. Effect duration 1. Effect value. Do I need to do anything? Ah, yeah, the boosts, maybe. Maybe in the boosts I need to explain that. We'll see. We'll see that later. Wand resource. Wand. The horror game demo isn't ready yet, isn't it? The horror game demo is nearly ready. I don't know when we are going to work on it, because, well, I have the release. But we are going to put it on itch as soon as we can, like in a few days, if possible. And we are going to participate in Next Fest with it, yes. But it's going to be short. It's going to be very, very short. And it's not going to be optimal at all. Like, what we are doing right now is very much not optimal, and I don't know how much I'm shooting myself in the foot by doing that. Because I'm releasing games back to back. I don't have time to gain enough wish lists, and we also don't have time to do enough communication and stuff. But at the same time, I don't know. I want to move on, and I can't afford to wait between all of those games. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. What I hope is that with the demo, and especially with the itch demo, is that we get a bunch of new players. But yeah, game dev is hard. No one knows what they're doing. Yeah, that's true. But there's also I think there are two ways to see it, and I'm kind of in the middle of wondering what I should continue with. You can see it as, I don't know if it's going to work, and it's probably not going to work, so I work on very short things, and I don't spend a lot of time on them, at the expense of potential. Like, if you spend a short amount of time on your game, and you don't give yourself enough time to potentially reach more people, have more wish lists, etc., etc., you might be shooting yourself in the foot, but at the same time you can move fast and learn stuff and move to another project. So this is kind of what I'm doing right now. The problem is that it's not doing super well. So the other solution is to not necessarily make bigger scopes, but spend more time making sure that the project is going to be a higher impact. I'm kind of fed up of making games where I have to be looking for wish lists all the time. So I talked about that the other day. Some people don't believe, some people don't agree with me, but there are games that the fantasy, if we want to say it like that, because it's just easier to summarize what we were talking about. The fantasy is so strong that you don't need to do that much work in terms of promotion, right? A good example is what Dude is working on. The fantasy itself is selling the game. Not just the fantasy, that would be lying. The art is also selling the game, of course. But it's part of the fantasy, in my opinion. It's part of the whole package, right? You don't have to go and ask a lot for wish list. You just show stuff and people are like, oh my god. Another example recently, I don't know if I will be able to find it again. There's a dev, this one. We talked about it the other day. This dev, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Good trailer, okay? Good trailer. Heathen, 1 town, 1 dungeon, a descent into madness, wishlist now. 1.8k likes on Twitter, it's doing really well. And I think he reached 10,000 wishlists in like 3 days or something. He didn't even make an announcement, but he published it somewhere else. He reached 10,000 wishlists in like 3 days. And I think this is because it's strong. The fantasy is strong. The way it's presented is very, very strong. The game itself, maybe, is not that crazy. What do I mean by that? It's possible that if you look at what the game is actually bringing to the table, it might be very similar to other games that are out there. But the way it's presented, the way it looks, and the emotions it creates when you see that is so strong that people want this game and not another one. So all of that to say, to go back to what I was saying, maybe take a little bit more time, allow myself to potentially work on something longer, not because I want to make something bigger, but because I want to perfect the fantasy that I'm selling. And instead of going really fast and being like, oh fuck, I need to show it in a way, I work a lot on the fantasy itself. And maybe I tackle the ideas that I have that are slightly more involved and more difficult, instead of defaulting to something that I can make really fast. You see the difference? And so if we go back to the incremental, I think this is the big difference. On one hand, I can do a very fast 2D incremental, but I feel like the fantasy might be harder to sell in 2D. Or I can do a hard incremental in 3D, and I feel like I would sell it much more easily. I think people could resonate with it much more easily. I think just looking at it, it might be easier to sell that feeling, you know, that feeling when you watch a trailer and you're like, oh yeah. You watch the trailer for 3 seconds and you're like, oh yeah, I want that. No matter what it is, I don't care what it is, I want it. You see what I mean? And I kind of want to go towards games that are more like that. And it's difficult. It's really difficult. It's really difficult. You could only do 6 months games. That was your rule. Yeah, but that can be made in 6 months. But the game itself can take 6 months to make. It doesn't mean that you didn't spend like three months prior to that testing a bunch of visuals, a bunch of fantasy to make sure that you have the right one. You see what I mean? I feel like nazing the fantasy is so random. It takes a lot of instinct. True. Yeah. I think part of it, of course, there's luck. Part of it is luck. Another part is what are people looking for? And that can be measured, but that can also be very difficult. And then the other thing is the fantasy strong for you? Because if it's not strong for you, why would it be for someone else? And I realized that with my games, the fantasy is not strong at all, even for me. So why would it be for someone else? I mean, it doesn't mean... It's not because it's not for me that it won't be for someone else, right? But maybe it's easier if I'm already, like, incredibly excited about the idea. If I have, like, a visceral feeling about what I'm working on, it might be that I'm on the right path. Maybe not, but it might be a sign. Right? A passion. Yeah. Fantasy is definitely not hard to sell in 2D, depending on what you're trying to make genre-wise. It's definitely not hard to sell in 2D. What do you mean by that? Because I feel like, I might be biased, but I've watched a lot of game devs around with my years as a game dev. I've watched a lot of games being created. I've watched a lot of stuff, and there seems to be something about 3D games that makes them easier to sell. Take that with a grain of salt. If you have the same idea and you package it as a 2D versus as a 3D game, it seems that there is something about 3D that makes it click more with people. I don't know why, but there is something. And in the incremental space, 3D has not been explored as much. So there's also that. I have to go, but that's really interesting discussion. See you next time. Thank you, Leah. Have a good day. Everything is hard to do to sell, guys. Yeah, true. Fantasy to me is the theme of your game, not how the gameplay will be. Fantasy is so out there with magic and stuff. I think 2D works very well for stuff. You don't expect fantasy to have realism to it. Sure. But I think the gameplay is part of the fantasy. Again, if we look at this, why does the game start with action like this? Because it's telling you it's going to be action, and it's part of the fantasy. If you're showing me this kind of art style and mood, but it's a romance, I don't care, and I don't want to look at it. You see what I mean? So it's still important. The gameplay is important, and the way it's packaged is important. And the fantasy can be changed quite a lot, actually quite drastically by the gameplay. Instead of killing something, you're kicking stuff. That can change the fantasy like crazy, right? You're doing the same thing. You're killing things, for example, but instead of killing things with a normal weapon, you're using stupid weapons. I do agree that your gameplay would be a factor in whether you wanted to go to the 3D or not. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. There are games that could work well both as 2D and as 3D. What do you define as fantasy? It's a very generic term to say the appeal of your game, if you want. What are you selling to the player? Let's take an example. When you're playing FIFA, the fantasy is playing football with your favorite team. When you're playing Call of Duty, the fantasy is shooting guys as whatever it is in that specific Call of Duty. So as like a Marine, a military guy. Right? We are not talking about fantasy as like the genre or the theme, right? We are not talking about fantasy as opposed to realism. We are talking about what it creates in the player's heart or mind, doesn't matter, but what it creates. What kind of emotion do you get? What kind of what are you selling me? The feel of the game. Yeah, but not just the feel, right? Because it's also... What example? Simulation is an interesting one. Because in most simulation games, you're doing the same kind of stuff, right? But the fantasy in those simulation games can be so different. It can be running your own shop. It can be managing a team. It can be... recently, Schedule 1 is selling drugs. Like, the fantasy is strong. It's management and it's simulation, but you're selling drugs, which is quite different from just running your own shop. You see what I mean? And so, I feel like the fantasy you can swap the fantasy for something else quite easily. And rearrange your gameplay around that. You can have an idea, a generic idea, and then you can put whatever you want on top of it to make it interesting for people. And that's usually what we don't do as indie devs, especially smaller indie devs. The fantasy in minimalist games is completely absent, right? And it's purely the gameplay, and it's a trap. It's a trap. I've been doing that for so long. When I would came up with an idea in the past, I would only think about the gameplay. I thought it was enough. I thought with good enough gameplay you can sell anything, but no, that's not true. I don't think fantasy is the word that I would use for it, but I do understand what you're saying now. Everyone is using fantasy, so that's why I'm using that. I think I would call it roleplay. Yeah, but roleplay is even more specific, even though in some situations you don't roleplay anything. You don't roleplay, you don't play a role in the game. You're just experiencing something. So call it whatever you want, but I think you understand it. And so in here, for example, you're a dude going into dungeons, you're fighting things in like a dark, weird aesthetic, like medieval I don't even know what this is. Maybe it's described here. Dark fantasy dungeon crawler. You get the mood, you get the vibe very easily, and you're like, okay, I want to know more, right? And so this is the kind of game I want to make. Not this game, but I want to make games where people immediately get the fantasy, get the thing, they immediately get it, and it's strong. So strong that they're immediately interested. And I'm sure there are ways to do that. It's how you package it. The same thing is true with YouTube, for example. On YouTube, the game of title and thumbnail is crazy, right? You can do the best videos you can. If you don't grab people's attention, no one knows. So you have to play the game. You have to play the game, and you have to sell them something. This is kind of what we need to do, right? And this is particularly difficult. I feel like this is particularly difficult because sometimes you might think that it's strong, and in fact it's not. People don't resonate with the fantasy that you're trying to give them. And that is really frustrating. Okay, I'll give myself another 20 minutes until 7 and then I stop. Because I really need to go after that. I need to go for a walk and stuff. Turn 1 gold rock, right? 1 gold rock. This can cost 3. This is so expensive though. This can cost 1. Required amount 3. At least we're having the same conversation now. Yeah, totally. And so you see, I think this is interesting, but we need to consider, when I consider my ideas, I need to really consider how sellable can also be another way to say it, right? Sellable. It's just that sellable sounds bad. It sounds very business oriented, but it's kind of it. How easily is the idea going to sell itself? And it's kind of obvious. I mean, you want a game where people are immersed in the world. No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. That's why fantasy might give you the wrong impression. I think sellable is the best, in fact. Clickable, sellable. Do you resonate with the idea? I don't want you to be immersed in the world because potentially it's not immersive at all, depending on what kind of game we do. I just want ideas, and I just want games where people say, "Oh yeah." Again, let me show you. Machine Party. Let me just show you that. You see this? You see this? Why is this getting 100k wish lists in a few days? Why is this? Because it's made by Mike Klubnica? No. Part of it, maybe. But because the fantasy is strong. Because it's easily sellable. You look at it. If you don't like it, you don't like it immediately, and that's good. But if you are the target audience, I think you get it. And you want that thing. You see what I mean? You're like, oh yeah. The immediate response to that is, oh yeah, I want that. Nintendo is really good at that. Nintendo is really good at that. Whenever they bring a new game, a new Kirby, a new whatever, they go fucking crazy. They go fucking crazy because they know it's going to be good. They look at it, it looks good, it feels good, it sounds cool. And also they know that Nintendo is going to make something interesting. Right? This might be more a question of how people like it or not. Like the company or not, to be honest. But I don't know. Okay, I need to define the values in here. So let's do... Is it consumable or are they named potion and stuff? Actually, I don't even know how they're called. Consumable. Consumable. Let's do the wands. 2 above. I mean, I get the overall intention that you want. I think the wording is really hard to put into the right words. Yeah, totally. Because it touches multiple things, right? And depending on the game, we are not going to talk about the exact same thing. Because in some cases, it's going to be roleplay. In some other cases, it's going to be the art that is beautiful. In other cases, it's going to be the story. Sometimes it's going to be purely the gameplay. But all of that mixed into something gives you an impression of the game, and that impression that you get when you see the game for 3 seconds on social, this is what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get from that short moment of attention, I'm trying to get people to be like, holy shit, I want that. Instead of just, that might be cool. You see what I mean? At the end of the day, you want a game that people look at and they get excited and want to try it out and be part of it. Exactly. 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 And what I realize is it's very difficult to mix both being realistic, down to earth, and make short games. It's difficult to mix that with making a game that will attract attention. Or a game where people will get excited about it. You see what I mean? I don't know if it makes sense. But on one hand, you're not trying to think too much of yourself, in a way. And on the other, you're like, I'm gonna make something great. It doesn't mean it has to be big and it has to take 3 years. But it's difficult to reconciliate the two. And it's very easy to do mid stuff, I think. Maybe that's why also. Maybe I just need to be less afraid of trying to do really good things instead of trying to do mid stuff. You know what I mean? Do 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 do. Whoop. I think my biggest issue with the game industry today is they try to make games that appeal to everybody, and I don't like that because a lot of game series are losing. Yeah, but we don't care about that. This is AAA, and AAA is the same thing as blockbusters, and it's not even true because not every AAA are like that. There are plenty of AAAs that are still very cool, and they try to cater to a specific category of people. I think, in my opinion, in general, in every field, whether it is music, in every art form, blockbusters are not interesting. What I mean by that is, I'm not talking about whether they're interesting, like cool or not. I don't care about that. They just play in a very different category. They play in a category where we have no interest in. As developers and as consumers, it is not for us in a way. Right? So, indie devs are not doing that. Indie devs are not trying to appeal to everybody. And so there are plenty of cool things, right? And it's true in a bunch of other places. There are plenty of cool TV shows, movies, music that is not trying to appeal to everybody. It just requires a little bit of effort to find the right stuff. Box. Do I really need to write a description for all of them? My issue is not appealing to everybody, it's taking established works that people already love for what it is and then changing it to appeal to everybody. Water rating down. It will be like taking Dark Souls and giving it easy mode. Yeah, but again, this is AAA. Again, this is AAA and this is the big things. This is using the same franchise and rehashing the same thing over and over again. But it's a minority. It's not the entire industry that is doing that. It's always just the biggest. But the same thing is true with companies, right? Big companies don't innovate. They just buy smaller companies, they buy out the competition, and they don't innovate, and they just stay there. They just make sure that the market is captive and doesn't go anywhere. The innovation and the cool things is always coming from the underdog, is always coming from the smallest people. Because they have to bring something interesting, so we care about them. And I think it's true everywhere. So, yes, it's true, and we can complain about it, or we can actually look at the interesting stuff. And we have something incredible nowadays. It's called the internet, and thanks to the internet, we have at our fingertips so much cool stuff. So much. Like, there is so many things to discover. And the only thing that is preventing us from discovering it is laziness, in a way, and algorithms not serving us what is really interesting. But it's really possible. Like, on my TikTok, every day, I'm discovering things that I like. New music, new video games, new TV shows and movies. And, like, sometimes they're fucking obscure. But because I'm trying to find that. You see? And I'm never, for example, I'm never looking at what's the next big Avengers movie, or when is the next Harry Potter going to come out. I don't care about that, because this is not where it's interesting. I got what you're saying, and for somebody like me who plays a game like Monster Hunter, there are no Monster Hunter clones that are as good as Monster Hunter. And there's been watered down to be easier. Yeah. But this is another problem, right? It's the fact that it's not replicable for a smaller team, right? It is not. So I understand what you mean. If you like bigger games, you tend to be the target of society of things becoming less and less interesting as the companies grow bigger. So I'm sorry, and my suggestion is change what you like. Realistically, that's the only thing you can do. Realistically, it's the only thing you can do, I think. I still like the game series, but there's a definite difference. Yeah. But the only thing you can do as a player is to move on and do something else. Like, it's like the Call of Duty players complaining that Call of Duty is not what it was before, and then they still buy it every year. I understand it. I understand the frustration, but at some point, just put your money where your mouth is and discover other things. Even the watered down version of it, it still doesn't have clones as good as it. Yeah. I understand that. I think it's also why, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it's also maybe why Pokemon clones started to come out, and why Pal World for a moment was so hyped up. Because if you like the Pokemon franchise, if you like the idea, I feel like you've not been eating well for the past, I don't know, 10 years maybe. Like, every game that comes out is fucking awful and shitty. At least from an outside perspective, it looks awful, and I don't understand how people can put $60 fucking every time a new Pokemon game comes out. So I feel like when a company is trying to do something in the same genre but a little bit different, all of a sudden it's like, oh my god, yes, give me that. Maybe I'm wrong, but let me know if you agree or not. I need to think for future games about how to make that process of creating those resources faster. I need to find a way. It's miserable. It is really miserable right now. And it's partly why I've spent so much time working on the game without working on content. Because making content in itself is not too bad, but the process required, all of the things I need to do, all of the little bullshit things I need to create, it's really painful. There's a high friction between the idea and trying out the idea. I don't know if it makes sense. But it's really awful. I put the potions in here, and I don't want that, actually. Oh my god. Okay. I think Pal World succeeded because it isn't Pokemon. It's a survival game with creatures. If it tried to be Pokemon, it would have failed. I mean, it's super similar. No? You're capturing stuff to make them fight. I think it takes heavy inspiration, but it actually injects something new in it. Pal World is more akin to Rust than Pokemon, as far as I know. Okay, maybe. Because they got sued and stuff by Pokemon, I thought they were trying to be really similar. It's not the same. It doesn't have Fibro my trainers. What? Some of the design match Pokemon designs. Yeah. Turn 3. Turn a gold rock into a special letter. Turn 3 rocks into a letter. Digimon is the only Pokemon type game series that does really well. All the others ones are lackluster at best. Okay, that's interesting because theoretically it sounds relatively simple, right? You have to create I mean, maybe it's difficult because you have to create creatures that are interesting, but otherwise the whole premise of the game, the game itself is super simple, right? What it is, it's simple. But I guess the world needs to be interesting, and I think Pokemon, I'm gonna say something. I think Pokemon has a huge nostalgia factor, because otherwise it's not that good. I'm saying that as someone that is kind of outside of Pokemon. I used to play when I was a child. I was watching the cartoon when I was a child. But since then, every time I see it, I'm like, you know. Remember, Pokemon is not just a game series, though. It's also a TV show and comic book. Yeah, totally. I think that's why it's still in our mind. But I don't think it's that good. I think it's a bit overhyped. Maybe even a lot. Potion of letters. Potion of length. Potion of... what is the opposite of length? Like, if I want to say short potion of... Shortness? Shortness? That's kind of stupid. Shortness synonym. What can we have? Potion of... And I want, like, short. Of brevity. Brevity, that could work. Maybe. Letters to Lexims. Potion of greed. I already have avidity in here. Well, I don't have a Switch 2, so I don't even know if it'll be playing the next one. I don't even know if I want to buy a Switch 2. I personally don't. I would buy a Switch 2 only if money was absolutely not an issue. Otherwise, it's too expensive. It's gaming that is too expensive in my opinion, but it's true for all consoles, to be honest. But even maybe more for Nintendo stuff, because their games are never on sale. And the thing is, maybe it's a weird way of seeing things, but I know that at some point I'll be able to play it on PC. You know what I mean? Yes, I'm missing the window where everyone is playing. But for example, I played Breath of the Wild on PC, and I played TOTK on PC, and it was a better experience than it would have been on the Switch. And I can play Mario Galaxy, and I can play... all of those games, I can play them later on PC. It's a better experience, and in this case, it's costing me way less, for sure, but yeah. It's too expensive. Potion of letters. Boost all the letters. Boost the value of all letters in the next word. I think I need to explain what they're doing exactly, but we'll see. Boost words superior to 7 letters. Boost words inferior to 5 letters. This is like this, by the way. Inferior or equal. And so it needs to be short, so it needs to be 4. It needs to be 4. Potion of greed. Turn. Gain half the number of letters in the next word in Lexims. I don't know if it's clear. I don't know if it's clear. I'm downloading that. Okay. I'm putting that on the side, and I'm creating the values. Okay. Okay. I think we're going to stop right there. It takes too much time. It takes a way too much time. Creating the visuals, creating the enums, creating the description, creating the resources, filling in the resources, setting up the values, coding the thing, doing the localization in French. There's a lot of friction. I think I'm fed up with games that have a bunch of upgrades, honestly. It's just not fun. It's fun to play, but it's not fun to make. At least for me. I'm launching the raid to Jotson. Guys, check out Lexispell. I can't wait to fucking release this shit. No, it's not shit. I hope to see you tomorrow. We are going to continue doing that. So probably we'll work on some upgrades because the consumables will be done. I will do it before tomorrow. And we'll work on more consumables. And that's it. Let's go for the raid. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye.
And then just let the engine's lighting and everything take over, it looks pretty good.